Hey, Sabran. Holy shit. I am in a very weird space energy-wise tonight. We'll see how the stream goes. I could use a whale bonus that makes me a little bit stronger in this act. Because I think this... I don't think I do this, because I think this hits me too hard. I think I do this instead. Good chance that one of these is the third hallway fight anyway. But then that's definitely a hard hallway, and there's another elite, and then 2 hard hallways to get out. So I'm committing to quite a lot there. There is, I don't know, there's stuff over here that I can do instead. I'm not sure I love it. Hey, Parenthus. Just made pasta. Nice. Hey, Richard. $15 damage is so much damage. Kinda feels like if I click this and I whiff on the cards, I'm resigned to going this way. I feel like that doesn't lose me the run. I don't know. Doppelganger accuracy. Does that count as missing on the cards? I'm not sure. Depends if I get a blade dance, right? It's a good first hallway fight. Round 1 thanks for the 84 months. Appreciate it. It is in place of a basic strike and basic defend, so can't be that upset about getting a doppelganger and an accuracy. T-Tide thanks for the 4 months. Fairy in a Bottle seems incredible. Now I feel like I can go left. I think currently this is Stagger Throw. I think if I were about to fight Hexaghost, it would be Deadly Poison, though. But I think Deadly Poison is just, not incredible against Gremlin or Sentries, right? A new YouTube video coming about the new Slay the Spire reveal. What should I say about it? What's the point? Don't know. I don't really do React content. Oh, I didn't ping on Discord, I'm sorry. Kind of in a very weird vibe headspace right now. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, so I'm also fasting already. It's like a super early doctor's appointment. Guess we take a calc. So that doesn't help. I would love to have a snack to up my energy levels, but alas. Is this Slay the Spire 2 reveal just the PC Gamer interview? I watched it on stream. You can find it in the VODs. Weekly Interacting Jackal, good joke. I mean, this stuff should make me stronger at some point, I think. Okay, Doppelganger is a much better card when it's upgraded. Drink a Red Bull. I don't know that I'm meant to be drinking something like that right now. I also don't, have one on hand. Oof. No Blade Dance or Cloak and Dagger. This might be an Act 1 death. Yeah, this looks kind of completely unplayable. I don't know. What did I do? Nothing good. I saw a 6-minute review of it that showed more mechanics and events. Yeah, I don't know. I don't... That's not mechanic content. I just know. Got other stuff I can spend my time doing. If I drew a dagger throw. Nectarine! No! Oh, I like actively don't want to play another Instance Burner run. Unlucky. Maybe if I keep getting attacked for 18 every turn, the Instance Burner run won't be going for very long. Got all the Niao bonuses. I installed a mod that gives me all the Niao bonuses if I die in Act 1 a long time ago. Just makes the game more interesting. It's not actually fun to have max HP as your whale bonus. Tropic Bureau? Bureau? And fumes? Got Incense Burner fumes, holy shit. Well. The Kooks were pretty hype in high school, is my recollection. They have that song about the seaside. And I guess also this song. Hey Bands of Legends, how are you? Take one Bane. Not incredibly happy about it, but okay. Glaive Master. It's meant to start raining very hard in Seattle very soon, I think. But it isn't yet. It's been remarkably manageable. I'll put this on 2. It's not really the most useful elite fight number. You have to choose between Dagger Throw and Masterful Stab. It does kind of feel like Dagger Throw is the better card into Hexaghost. Discard a burn. We're gonna take damage on turn 2, probably, so like... Yeah. I guess not if I set up Incense Burner, right? Strange concept. Why would the atmosphere have a river? Exactly. Okay, in this fight, Incense Burner on 2 is actually fine. Did I win? God. The amount that my deck was well prepared for a Lagavulin fight is kind of disgusting. If I strike to anything other than defend or neutralize, I'm good, yeah? So, it's only costing me 1 defend play, so it's costing me 3 health to try to save 8. Seems right. It also... It would have advanced Incense Burner to take the damage. There's too much damage for that to feel appealing, though, I think. Go with the Prepared. Fuck around a little bit. Throwing it to neutralize would also save more health. That's true. That's a good point. This is kind of fascinating. Keys Pipe Silence kind of fun. Tricky thing here will be setting Incense Burner up well for the elite fight. $52, 47. What kind of sauce am I deep in? Spire sauce. This is the turn I want to end the fight for Gremlin Nub. Incense Burner. Not happening, huh? This is the turn I want to end the fight for Sentry's Incense Burner, though. Oh, wait. I got a Blade Dance, but I don't actually have that much reason to care about it. I guess I have it in Chaco, actually. I think I might be taking Poison to Stab to get Bane working, though. It's also probably a better card against Hexaghost, with the Fumes in the deck. Did I not pick up a potion there? I feel like there was a potion. Can Jorbs read the YouTube chat? Jorbs can read the YouTube chat if he feels so inclined. Save room for Entropic. Very true. Very true. Alright, well, we beat Gremlin Nub. Hard to beat that upset. Is it Max getting to comment? No, it's fine. I think I'm into 1 backflip. This is kind of an interesting layout of gremlins against noxious fumes. The tapes show no potion reward. Alright, good. For some reason, my brain thought I was offered one. But if I wasn't, then it's, you know, less embarrassing, so we'll take that. Taking damage here isn't that big a deal because, oh, it's into a super elite. I forgot about that. I thought I was going straight to Hexaghost, but there's an entire super elite before then, apparently. Alright, we'll do this. This is the guy who wants you to take him to church. I don't think he wants you to take him to church. Not intended to be a known. Get more money from Twitch bots or YouTube bots? I have no idea. Not a clue. One acro. Alright. Little Lagavulin. I am intangible. I'll get a relevant turn of intangible here, yeah. It attacks on 3, 4. Doesn't attack on 5. Attacks on 6. Attacks on 6, 7. Okay. Look. This is actually not bad because I go under 36 for Hexaghost. That's what I was trying to say for that Gremlin fight, but who knows what my brain is doing tonight. And I have Incense Burner perfectly set up on 1, I guess. Hold on. If it's on 0, is that good against Hexaghost? I don't think so, right? You want it on, like, 4, and it blocks both of them. Because the Hexaghost attacks big every 6 turns. That's the entire thing. Alright. So probably would rather have it on 1. Turn 5. Is that his buff turn? I think that's actually its buff turn. If we do it here, it should be the turn... 2 before the overcharge, which is a 9x2. That's useful to block. Okay. Super Elite regen stays forever. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Why did the elites get forever regen? I don't get forever regen. I do think 1 deadly poison probably a good idea for making sure Hexaghost dies. Perfect. Great start for deadly poison. The landed elite stays rich by keeping their wealth forever. Legit. We should tax the elites. I was wrong about when this intangible would happen. Strange. So wait a second, that means I need it on 3 to block the overcharge? It attacks big every 7 turns. Why is it called a Hexaghost then? Why isn't it called a Septaghost? What is this bullshit? Sorry, am I the only person who cares about this? Does nobody, like, care about anything making any sense anymore? What is wrong with the youth? Slay the Spire 2 is ruined. So true. Ew. Good lord, is that a skip? He's never choker with Peace Pipe and 2 strikes removed and a prepared acro already. That's just like never ever happening. He's never busted ground. So it's whether 1 energy per turn is worth losing like 700 gold or whatever. I guess so. You want me to speak Spanish so you can learn Spanish faster? If I speak Spanish, the result will not be you learning Spanish. I know how to curse someone's mother and how to say hello. And at that point, we're kind of draining the bottom of the barrel. Scraping the bottom of the barrel? Yeah, there you go. I do have a preserved insect and some potions, so it kind of feels like going to elites is more sensible than going to hallway fights. Unfortunately, this is 4 hallway fights. I also want to go to the campfires to get all my cheap removes. Find 1 tactician and the run's easy. Were those the worst possible boss relic offers? Probably not. I mean, I did end up taking one of them. They didn't seem great, though. You'd have skipped and died so you didn't have to play with ectoplasm. That's legit. I do think having a 4th energy while we're still playing and benefiting from defense and strikes a little bit right now is not a bad idea. Yes, sir. Wow. Those are cool cards. I slightly prefer footwork to well-laid plants here. On a 4th energy, we're like kinda excited for our defense to become worth playing. I don't have a 2-cost attack. Probably still do this though. It's a curse. God, fuck. We should have played footwork before Distilled Chaos Hall. Yeah, I wanted to kill them before they stole my gold, because it, like, I can't pick it back up again, right? So it's just gone forever. Do not find Necronomicon once during Ironclad month. Correct. I was not really going to events, so that made it harder. My relics are ready. Oh god. A 4 energy malaise for this site, I guess. This character is so weird. You're just like not allowed to do anything. Ah. I see you were hoping your deck would be able to fight an Act 2 hallway fight. Incorrect. But then if you don't do anything... Easy win. So weird. Well. It's kind of bad. T-Jewel. These don't cost 2. Upsetting. Jazz Grog. Almost clicking Daggershire in Act 2 hurts. I don't know, Daggershire is kind of sweet. Playing Footwork turn 1 against the Masked Gang. That hurts. I don't know that that one's great. I will be intangible in 5 turns. It is true. Presumably, not playing Bander is unserviceable. Alright, well, good run. It does kind of feel like what went wrong there is I didn't play well enough. Also, the Necronomicon kind of killed me, huh? Was I offered like a skewer or a dash or a predator? Or I don't think so. Thanks for gifting a sub, Jazzcroft. Transform ye oldie defend. I guess there was also the boss reward screen. That was kind of a bad part of that run. Didn't want it enough? Possible. You would invent unhealthy snacks that are good for you if you were president. You got my vote. Good fight. A terror with a blade dance. Also calculated gamble kinda good with terror. You stole my gold, that's unfortunate. Right now. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. My favorite... I was on a Magic the Gathering podcast forever ago. My favorite comment from the entire podcast was when Bing Luke commented of someone's deck choice for a Grand Prix that they decided to condense all of their mistakes for the entire tournament into their deck selection. That is just a really funny comment. I mean, this is okay against Gremlin Upgrade. It's not really a Sentries card. Tricked me into having a curse and then upgrading the curse for the fight that I was actually going to. Spaceman! Good joke, Dylan. Dylan, is 1913 the year you were born? Just a cool number. It is kind of a cool number. I get it. One more. Nice. Maybe Wraithform ended up doing okay. I don't know. I can jump places. I might have to take a Sucker Punch to have another attack card. My winged boots are very cool looking, but do not entirely help me to defeat another elite. Okay. I'm going to save this until after we've played Terror. What happens if we draw Wraithform and Terror at the same time? I guess I just win. Actually. So the answer is they just, like... I can't take damage anymore. Yeah, that's not so bad. Good card, this Wraithform thing. Alright. Yeah, that's why I upgraded it, right? Why did question card just flash? Did you see that? It just flashed. It didn't work. So why did it flash? Stolen Valor? Hello? Sorry. I don't know why I found that funny. I might take Unload. Unload's okay to Hexaghost, right? It discards the burns, I guess. But I also have a terror, so it does hit for 21. It's kind of a big number. Damn it, Wraith form. Let's save this till next turn. I want Dash to be good, and Dash isn't that good this turn. I guess Predator might be good that turn. This is fine. Still using this, right? Jorbs playing a new game. Is he? Sounds fun. This is Gremlin up or sentries. Sentries are actually an issue, so I guess I jump to here. I'm allowed to take Dagger Spray. I don't want to take Dagger Spray though. What's the answer to the riddle with holes? Somebody told a riddle with holes in chat the other day. I don't remember what the answer was, but it was kind of clever. Chances of watching go up 75% when I play Silent. Nice. Silent's a pretty fun character. A very rewarding character to play well. But kind of like savoring wine. I don't know. After Image has done a bit of work in this fight, but honestly, my deck's just kind of good enough to beat sentries now, I think, for the most part. I would love a way to kill Hexaghost. Does not seem like it would be a good idea. Maybe we go to the last two Holly fights and look for literally anything that says deal more damage over time. There's a sneaky strike with... Doesn't really work with unload. It does work with calculated gamble though. Gotta keep in mind I removed a defend too. With Wraith form, I'm not really hoping to pile new defense into the deck. The problem with Sneaky Strike Unload is you play Unload, then you play Sneaky Strike, and you have 2 energy left, and now what do? You discarded all of your skills. Like, congratulations. House turn with 2 energy. Might just be Masterful Stab. That's just kind of Unload being a bad card, though, to be honest. It's not really Sneaky Strike's fault. Caltrops. Caltrops for Hexaghost? Sure. Works for me. Receptachost, right? Sorry, I forgot. Caltrops 35 damage. I'm gonna upgrade it. That's way more than that. Take this poison potion and upgrade Catalyst instead. Caltrops has failed me, I think. Boom, boom, boom. It is a pretty janky deck. Maybe actually upgrade Caltrops. Because I don't have any poison. So, like... Full Catalyst. Dumbass. Goodbye, the Hexaghost. Ouch. Uh-oh. It's a race. I think it's this? Very close, either way. Wraithform took less damage that turn by 1. So, like, I don't know. How do you feel about Wraithform here? Oh, wait. Our strategy is play upgraded Caltrops and 2 Wraithforms. That's the end of the strategy, Doc. It's not a lengthy strategy. Why is Unload rare? I don't know. Maybe they already had all the commons and uncommons spoken for. Sneaky Strike Plus? Surely I'm just looking for like a Bouncing Flask and then the run's over, right? I think so. Could have waited for Terror, I suppose. Wanted to do it so I could strip Plated Armor, though, which also deals lasting damage, kind of. GG? I have an issue with Piercing Whale. I don't know why I want to take it. Don't I have 6 turns of Intangible already? I just can't like not click on Piercing Oil. It's such a beautiful card. I could card remove for 75, or I could buy like 2 card removes that I don't get for another 30 floors for 321. That's how they get you. This is a terrible shop, actually. Maybe we go to another shop later. Could jump here, but it looks terrible. Do you think Prismatic Shard makes poison? Okay, Potion Belt's good. I will accept the Pandeb. Does the smoke... Sorry, does the shopkeeper smoke the peace pipe to remove your cards? Maybe. Plausible. I think our energy potion to keep wounds out of my deck is probably worth... Sure. Prismatic Shard into Foreign Influence, into whatever silent attack applies poison. That's good thinking right there. It is a small enough deck that Tactician should conceptually become good someday. I don't know that we're there yet. These save wing boots. Like, I could jump here, but yeah, it's fine. I think upgraded Tactician makes a cut here. These Sorcerer decks are weird. You, like, can go into Tactician stuff if you want, but it's kind of superfluous. We need a little bit of help for, like, a weakened one still. And one of the ways to do it is just, like, find Nightmare. But we could also get there by building some sort of card spam thing. This is, like, one of the strongest things Silent can do late game. I've got no acros, I've got one calculated gamble that I don't want to upgrade because I want to upgrade these two. There's always Apotheosis. I'll take it. Put the feelers out. I should have played Catalyst. My bad. Is Catalyst also a feeler? Catalyst should just be good. Doesn't take much for Catalyst to be good. Rest in peace. Wraith Forma's bottom card there. One card left in the draw pile. Double Fumes. Doesn't work? Weird. Yeah, I would have taken Writhe. if I had blue candle with Centennial Puzzle. Alright, now I'm going here, I guess. I mean, if that doesn't win the run, we refund the game, is how this works. Yeah, I think that's correct. Game refund incoming. That should be pretty good. It's a shop relic, so you see it quite often, yeah. That's kind of inconsiderate. Oh, that's only 22. Interesting. Probably I should have used this one. Never a tactician? Good grief. I wanted it one time and didn't immediately get it? I don't understand. My draw pile's kinda cursed, so I kinda have to do this. Eric and Steel! Like, what is even the point of having a tactician in your deck if you don't draw it every single time that you need it? Make it make sense. Alright, still have my Ghost in a Jar, which is the one potion here that actually seems kind of important. 24 and 21 is 45, and then I have some poison on it too. Duplication potion. What this deck really needed was more Wraith forms. I think that's correct. I kind of want to go to the Super Elite. I am at 9 health. But I kind of want to. Oh god. I have made a choice. Okay. You know, I wonder if I'm okay with taking 1 more damage. Be a bit more efficient with this stuff. I don't know. You'll just enslave me this time? That's not cool. The issue is, I can just die to getting attacked for 2 every turn here. Kind of an issue. Never mind, my deck's goated. Okay, use some potions, but we are +1 green key. And an ink bottle. And a bouncing flask. I don't really want to discard a Sunder's Bane. I don't think the 14 damage really matters. It would be fucked up if you were drunk and your flask was just bouncing around. Sounds terrible, yeah. Also, what are you what are you talking about? Excuse you? Very concerning though, for sure. Main tips for Ascension, 17 on Clad. Ironclad's pretty good at like taking every card and then having some giant pile of things. You should select the thing that says feed and use it to gain max HP. I don't remember. When this dies to poison, do I get the card? I do, right? It is kind of important for, like, winning the fight. Here, I'll just do it this way. Also works fine. I think if you kill it with Combust, you don't get it. But if you kill it with Poison, you do get it. Because the poison happens after your discard, right? That makes sense. For some reason, I don't quite understand what it is. I'm not intangible next turn. Can I go intangible on one of the turns that attacked? Oh, I wasn't intangible for one turn in there. Wait, no, I won't. What? I don't understand. Anyway, I'm at 28, and it's about to attack me for, like, a lot. I have to work out whether I need to duplicate melees or not. But it seems like kind of a lot of work to do that math. Also double play this. That's 32, 42. Nah, not really there. Its default attack is 8 times 2 and it has 12 strength. 15 times 2, I think. But if I weaken it, it's down to 12 times 2, so I think I'm fine. Quintuple. He's slating. Your flask is bouncing, just so you know. It is what it is. I'm gonna look it up, but I'm pretty sure that I take 24 if I play melees one time. Okay, it just seems sensible to look it up. I don't know. Responsible. Bronze Automaton. It attacks for 8 times 2. It gains 4 strength. I get rid of 4 of its strength. So it has 8 strength. 16 times 2 weakens to 12 times 2. I'm fine. Alright, cool. Recently got Holder replaced after seeing me play, and you got an infinite combo. Ooh, cool. Do you not currently have plans to play more? There are a lot of games, is the thing. These are both pretty good. I think it's Nightmare, probably. Honestly, I already have Duplication Potion. The fights in which I actually need Nightmare are kind of limited. Also, I don't have, like, well-laid plans anyway. The thing the deck currently lacks is, like, 1 Auracalcum. Yeah, I'll go Nightmare over After Image. After Image is kind of an Auracalcum, is the point. Alright, do you think we have to play this out? I don't know. Oh yeah, check your jacket pocket. How did you know I was wearing a jacket? Holy shit. Holy shit. Wait, why is the Queen of Clubs in here? Am I okay with taking 1 damage? Not this turn. Maybe next turn. Oh, I have Penib. I bet I had Lethal. And then I played the Strike Plus as well, like immediately. Good play. That's fine. I take 1 damage. Glarm, thank you. Distilled chaos. I believe that's how you say it. One deflect, kind of appealing. I think you can take a distraction here, actually. Because, I don't know. Unless you get a skill that you can't get rid of. You're just gonna do something and have no downside. No downside, slightly strong. No-ish downside. Very low downside. I think I'm good with going to question mark because it takes less time than hallway fight. I think I'm good with clicking on this because it takes less time than going to a shop. This is now a speedrun. I don't make the rules. Alright, let's see how good it is. Ooh, not bad. Arguably also not good. Tai Chi using some 45 months, appreciate it. You're watching Aspire speedruns the other day. It's kind of wild stuff. Turns out the game has quite a few bugs in it. Who knew, right? Is Jawworm a bug? Maybe? Feels like a maybe. It's a worm. And worms are bugs, right? Are all worms bugs? Is a sandworm a bug? Is Dune a movie about bugs? I just called Dune a movie. Holy shit. Alright, well. Not coming back from that. Dune is a series of books. One could even say. You know what? Nice. You feel more impressed. With speedruns for games that don't rely on millions of resets for perfect RNG. Yeah, I think just blame the devs for that. Why didn't you make it so the bugs in your game were slightly different? There's nothing about a worm that qualifies it as an insect. Are bugs insects? Is that why we're asking that question? I don't know if bugs are even insects. True bugs are insects? What does that mean? I have a theory that speedrunners enjoy gambling. I think almost all humans enjoy gambling. Yeah, I enjoy in quotation marks. Correct. That's what gambling is, right? I mean, okay. I got a lizard tail and a nightmare. I do actually kind of want to abandon run right now. His hand. It's a small step up from wanting to abandon or wanting to refund the game. Not a large step up. Would be hard for me to convince Steam that it was reasonable to give me a refund on this game. Don't know if I could pull that one off. Take one prepared, and then upgrade it maybe even. I don't know, it just like lets me get a card out of my hand. That's really the entire allure. Here, now lets me get 2 cards out of my hand. Even better. If I had gotten Blue Candle and Darkstone Prepped at the start of the run, this run could have looked quite different. Zero cost Doppelganger, nice. Regal Pillow after Coffee Dripper, true. You know, I understand why I wanted to do that, but I'm not sure it was a very good play. Who's up pondering their Jorb? Me, I suppose. When it comes down to it. Oh, Poison Potion came back. It does seem like Concentrate's good here. Instant no penib, doubled Akabeko damage. Yeah, it's a nice little combo. Comes up every now and then. No! Oh, I tried so hard. Almost worked. Card's kind of obscene, huh? Like, what? What do you mean? It had 3 poison on it. What do you mean? Where'd it go? I don't understand. The power of exponential growth. That's why you should have a savings account or something. I don't know. Invest in Nvidia? Fuck. It is wholly reasonable to expect everything in your life to increment at that speed forever. Why you invest in poison stocks like Monsanto? Legit? Song's kind of a bop, no? Growth is always exponential, which is why capitalism works so well. Yup. That's just how growth works. Ooh, Mummified Hand's kind of useful, no? Seems kind of useful. This makes energy. This makes kill you. I guess this one. Oh, okay. Oh. Can you legally steal my playlist? Only if you give it to the poor, like Robin Hood. The poor children of the world deserve my playlist. And no one else. This is kind of fun because I have Pentagraph. They thought they got me, but then it turned out that actually they didn't got me. Those fools. You think Robin Hood's activities were famously not legal? Yeah. But now they are, right? Do I take a footwork because I have a mummified hand, rather than because it's good? I don't think so. I could take this piercing whale. It is kind of fine. And that's the game. He's just so gross. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, is it actually dead? Hold on. No. But taking a bit of damage doesn't matter. Largely true. Prince John was in charge while King Richard was at the Crusades, I want to say. I think that's how that one went. John and Richard. So British. Robin Hood is the sexy fox. Good to know. Good phantasmal killer, nice. Why do all British names mean penis? Is there some explanation for that? Has anyone studied this? All British people have penises. Damn. The NHS has gone very woke. Colonists are dicks. Yeah, that's probably the answer, huh? Nice. Masterful stab's costing a little bit here. I couldn't understand why it had 8 poison, and then I realized I have 8 noxious fumes. That would do it, I guess. Welcome to Act 1. So I didn't do money card removes or something. An email saying good news follow-up from an interview you had. Nice Kukulin. Appreciate the support. I hope you get a sweet job. I believe it now. Not the best. I only have one catalyst, right? Don't really want to get hit by this. I guess I have this. But also, once I played Wraith Form, these enemies stopped doing anything. Why call Deca if only 4 sides? It actually has 10 sides. You gotta get your, You know what's probably happened, actually? You probably, at some point, either lost or gained some fingers, and now your counting is off. I don't know which direction the issue is in, but that's what I would look into if I were you. Doctors do regular tests for object permanence like they do for reflexes. Probably like doctors for children. Seems kind of plausible. That's how you lost your accountancy job. That's how you think you lost your accountancy job, but can you really be sure anymore? Is that something you feel like you can count on? Oh my god, that's a good pun. Has anyone ever done that in like in a movie? Being like, give me your hand, and then the other person's like, you can count on it. No one would get it. It's too sophisticated, that pun. I've just invented a new pun, holy shit. And we were all here for it. Damn. Witnessing greatness tonight. Is that not where the phrase comes from? Shut up. Nobody asked you. Anyway, I would prefer not to be dead next turn. Oh, nice. I won't be dead next turn. Simply bottle Wraithworm. It's a good idea. I also have a lizard tail, so extra points toward not being dead next turn, I guess. Interesting. Kinda wanna Melissus to get poison on it faster. Let me go 9, 27, 90, whatever. Feels like it works. Time Warner, thanks to 80 months, appreciate it! Play one more, and then stop to think about already. Entropic Brew just feels kind of rude, to be honest. There we go, one Piercing Oil. You were just razzing, Jorbs. It was a good joke. Hell yeah. I have the approval of Twitch chat. God, that feels good. I've been craving this for my entire life. We do this just to make room for next turn, I guess. I think it's just deterministically dead right now. Because of the piercing well, kind of. Oh no! Everybody duck for cover! Shields up. GG. You know, I didn't play a Wraith form in the Heart fight. Cool. Losing at Lizard Tail counts as a loss. Fair enough. The Heart isn't even a big deal to a guy like you. Cool. Me neither. How am I feeling about Silent Month compared to Ironclad Month so far? I wish Wraith form didn't exist. Holy shit. What a terrible card to put in a video game. It would also not be terrible for Catalyst to not exist. I feel like Silent is incredibly interesting for the first half of the run, and then there is some inflection point past which it's just, like, correct to kill everything with Catalyst. I guess sometimes you don't get offered Wraith form. Ironclad Month was more interesting, I think. Because I did something very different from what I was used to with Ironclad, and it actually worked really well. I feel like Ironclad's a very flexible character. You can really do a lot of different things. I feel like Silent, you have to do a few things very well. But if you do, you have a lot of success. There just isn't very much room to mess around. At least Catalyst is a rare. Sure, yeah. Me too. I have to go to the doctor in like, I don't know, I'll probably leave in 6 hours or something. I'm not allowed to eat until then. I'm so hungry. Glycemic crash again. For those not in the know, there was some stream where I said I was having a glycemic crash, and I don't know what that is. I'm not sure it's a thing. But that's the thing I'm having right now. Can we Google it? Let's find out. Is glycemic crash a thing? Medically known as reactive hypoglycemia. Blood sugar drops suddenly after eating, causing fatigue. Oh, well that's not what happened. I didn't eat. I guess that's not a glycemic crash. Chat, I don't know what it is. Lamau Watcher Month. Yeah, I'm not a person who can finish a Watcher run and think I'd like to play another Watcher run. I think I tried that for like 1 day and was like, oh, no, that turns out not to be me. Thank you for the context, but it appears you are completely wrong. That's kind of fine. I feel like as long as you say it confidently, right? And you compliment the person, that's a great idea. You're not just smart. You're also ingenious. There are people who can play more than 1 run of Watcher in a row. There are many people who are much better at playing 1 run of the same character in a row than I am. This is not my strength. You know, I didn't mind it for the first 1,000 hours or so that I played the game, actually. It might just be that they haven't played the game for as many repetitions as me or something. I don't know. Probably not. Probably just different brains. Glass Knife versus Corpse Explosion is kind of rough, because Corpse Explosion's a much better card, but Glass Knife is better against specifically Gremlin. I took Corpse Explosion in a Hexaghost act. I think that's right. Every Slay the Spire 2 character will be Watcher. Well, that's a relief. -1 game I have to play. The way that Casey raises his eyebrows when he says that Necrobinder is meant to be a more complicated character haunts me. Not like this. I always think to myself, it's probably dagger throw over footwork. Again, like Gremlin exists. I suppose a way to play the game is just die if you fight Gremlin. And that way you get to make your deck better for everything else. You don't even necessarily die. Let's try it. Let's go leg sweep. This is a way that I was playing Defect for a while. I was just making my deck really bad against Gremlin, taking like on average 40 damage against Gremlin, but the deck was good against everything else, so like, sure, if you get Gremlin twice, that's pretty bad, but sometimes you just get entirely free wins where you like get to set up Frost Orbs against Sentries and Lagavulin and it's just over. Slay the Spire player who thinks Smoke Bomb's good. I think I'd rather have like Vulnerable Potion or Fire Potion. Like there are ways for the starter deck to just beat Gremlin, right? Also, apparently the starter deck only takes like 70 damage on average against Gremlin or something. We were looking at this in the Discord the other day. As long as we play perfectly, which, like, I don't think playing perfectly in the Gremlin Ob fight is very hard. I think probably we can do that. I'm pretty sure I just always click this one on silent. Like, almost always. Nice leg sleep. A Speedrun where I have to click on everything that gives me a curse. Interesting. 7-0. So all out attack or piercing whale. How much easier would I say Ascension 20 is compared to Ascension 9? I think you have that backwards? Probably. Unless the claims that Ascender's Bane is very good. Whew. I might not play Corpse Explosion. Dagger throw? Hello? Alright, I have to survive the next 2 turns of attacks. This seems like the right turn for Distilled Chaos. Forget. Just need to draw a leg sweep. Nice. The last time I leveled up an account, I lost 3 times. Like, counting all of the characters together, going from Ascension 0 to Ascension 20. So in 80 runs on less than 20 difficulty, I lost 3 times. Well, in 83 runs, I guess. At Ascension 20, I win... not all of the time. With heart kills... I think I was usually killing the heart. I might have died to the heart and not counted it as a death. Somewhere in there. I don't remember. Both? If I'm gonna, like, upgrade a Wreath Form when I get it, I probably shouldn't actually be doing this on turn 1. Should get tips from that YouTube Jorbs guy. Probably. An upstanding gentleman. I'm sorry, a fraud and a charlatan? Oh, damn. Really, stepped on something here, didn't I? Alright, goodbye, Gremlin Knob. I got a potion belt with an empty potion belt. Awkward. Oh no. I can't really afford for this to be a hard fight. Corpse Explosion does some work though, yeah. You think he might be a plagiarist? You've already seen everything he uploads somewhere else. That is pretty damning. I don't like my Hexaghost fight right now. I need another poison damage card, like real bad. Maybe that's the issue with taking leg sweep. Go to the shop and buy potions, maybe. No whammies? Literally 0 whammies. Nice. The boot. Ooh, poison potion's actually really good against Hexaghost. So is deadly poison. Okay. That might be enough. Now we go upgrades. Upgrade deadly poison. Upgrade something. I don't know. Would work maybe. Utterly insane card. Back in the day, way back in the day, I heard someone saying that they didn't like Piercing Whale because it was too situational, but like, the situation is that you're playing a run of Slay the Spire. That's the situation where it's good. Flex potion. Could also take a poisoned stab. Starts to feel like overkill a little bit, maybe. Start going prepared. Actually, this deck can take Snecko Eye with leg sweep and corpse explosion. So maybe we don't take it prepared until we see the boss relic. Or am I strong enough to just take a different option because I'm playing silent? Maybe. I think I am. I think we take prepared. Honestly, it's possible I still end up taking Snecko Eye. Remember when deadly poison was 4 to 6? Honestly, no, but okay, it's kind of coming back to me now, actually. The boot! If we win because of boot damage, we have to like build a shrine to it or something. Load up Minecraft. Do I want to play Dagger Throw and fail to play a poison card? I guess I don't. -3 damage, -1 card draw. The boot! Again. Holy. Yet another boot shrine. A little concerning. That was a good hand. That should win out for me. I might have to use Flex Potion to heal. Oh. Alright, good. It's pretty sketchy if I don't draw the Defend Plus on the 9x2. Adrenaline. I haven't been offered many Adrenalines recently. You can choose that or Malaise. Do you have a Piercing Whale and a Leg Sweep and like a bunch of poison damage? I think it is Adrenaline. Alright, at this point I'm not taking Snecko ever with Adrenaline. I think this is Coffee Dripper. Toy Ornithopter is a bit of sustain. Actually, 1 against Heart thanks to boot damage. Got it as the very last relic and 3 damage it did. And the whole fight killed the heart the turn it would have killed you. It's honestly not surprising. The boot understands when it needs to show up, and boy does it show up. Corpse Explosion's kind of a good card, no? The boot! Lock Potion seems real good. Escape Plan seems real good. I want to go to this shop. Since I have to go to it to get to an elite anyway. Rather than this shop. Don't have enough gold for 2. Adrenaline's doing well. $21, slightly short. Crippling Cloud. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Is Boot a good card? Yeah, I think so. Kind of coming around to the idea. Block Potion, I guess? It's allowed. Don't think you've ever seen me skip a Crippling Cloud. You can skip Crippling Cloud? I just don't think that's true. A somewhat less impressive Corpse Explosion this time. I actually should have hit this one with it, I guess. Because, like, the damage from it doesn't do anything. I could have gotten 2 artifact charges off of the one on the right. With another leg sweep, seems right. Transform 2 strikes into Tactician Distraction. Interesting. I'll pick up Nunchaku. I possibly shouldn't have. Not right now, Piercing Whale, come on. Crippling Cloud used to apply 5 poison and 5 weak, I think. To like 1 enemy, though. Definitely not the best card in the game. You're having a Glycogen crash? Believable, sensible. Look after yourself out there. Piercing Whale being situational again. I did Distraction to one that was terrible on the previous turn, in the fairness. Like if we're gonna actually if we're gonna actually be fair. If I draw into Deadly Poison there, I might just die. I also might die anyway. I don't know. We'll see. kind of rough. Got a lot of block cards. We let it attack one more time. Use draws. I mean, I did make the deck. We can't really complain about the draws when we are the ones who made the deck. It is possible to draw better cards. Perhaps by putting them in your deck. I would definitely prefer not to get attacked here. Woo! That was kind of fun. Complaining about the draws is half the fun. That's fair. Gremlin leader has eventually died. Get it, get it, get it, get it! Oh, Lizard Tail's back. Upgrading Crippling Cloud, probably. I don't have any card draw. It's a little awkward. Bye-bye. Gross. The sensible cards to choose here are Adrenaline, obviously. Crippling Cloud's good. Corpse Explosion's kind of okay. Just Adrenaline. Fuck. Order. Kind of want this. Card remove Fumes. All the cards in my deck are the same anyway, right? So I don't think I need Frozen Eye. Is it ever this? Don't know. No White Beast statues, sorry. Thanks, distraction. I've kind of come around in distraction a little bit tonight. It's probably not always this good, right? I do not remember the Captain Quick Dog command. What was the Captain Quick Dog command? I remember what Captain Quick Dog was. Is? I don't know. I do not remember the command. Captain Quick Dog. Get Steve up on the screen. That was a good time. I don't know why I was thinking that long. I thought I was on 3 energy, maybe. Woo! Big number. This feels like a good, honest silent deck, yeah? None of that wreath form bullshit. We just, like, play leg sweep and pretend it's as good. And it kind of is. That's the beautiful thing. Backflip helps a good amount. What happens at campfires now? Well, I don't have bottled apotheosis, so I just upgrade my cards still. It would be nice to always have apotheosis in my hand, but, like, I don't, so... Boop. I'm sorry. Did that deal 12 the second play? It did. Yes, I think it did. Okay. I've stopped being sorry again. Move on with your lives. Hey, Matthew! Farina bottle's nice. Another backflip's pretty nice. Adrenaline upgrade seems great. Noxious Fumes upgrade at some point, probably. Do I beat this fight? God, I hope so. I might have to think in this fight. Like, it might come down to... using artifact potions at the right time kind of stuff. I also have a fairy in a bottle and a lizard tail. I'm infinite. I could wait. Yeah, I think so. Second half of the fight's a bigger deal than the first half of the fight anyway. The odds of distraction to distraction infinite seem low. And yet... Are they not 0? Is that how numbers work? Do I have a Tactician in my deck? I do have a Tactician in my deck? When did I put Tactician in my deck? Did I transform into it? What is happening tonight? It's like a fever dream. Stuff tends to go from the top left to the bottom right in this game, so Fairy goes before Lizard Tail. They did a really, quite surprisingly good job of that. Sure. I don't know. A thing I could have done, which might have been smart, is like check the wiki to make sure that I actually needed to block both of those. I think I did. I think that was vulnerable frail. Didn't I read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Nothing has 0 chance of happening. No, it doesn't. It can happen. Nice enemy. Lol. It didn't debuff me, so I just get to block the second overcharge as well. Champfight has vicious Various in the second phase for a deck that doesn't outscale it. Because I can be vulnerable and frail right now. And instead I'm neither. It's kinda unreal. Anyway, good Champfight. I guess I should have stacked Nunchaku. 1,000 cuts. Fun card. Useful card? Kind of. I have a Corpse Explosion, but that's kind of it. I could take another Corpse Explosion instead. 1,000 cuts is so much fun. Well... It's not Psycho Eyes, so I guess it's this one. We can't remove the curse though, so I have to prioritize grabbing the stuff that lets me discard this act. Storm of Steel and the boot. It's good thinking. Blade Dance Catalyst. I probably should have drawn before I did that, huh? Oh, there's no way to know. It's just I could have had an upgraded 1,000 cuts in play. Escape plan. I did it this order again. Interesting. Having just said I should do it the other order. I don't know. Hey Ruth, how are you? Jorbs doesn't fuck around. When I'm God Emperor, we will replace all instruments in songs with vocal covers by me. Are you sick of hearing trumpet? Me too. Now you can hear me make sounds that are meant to sound like a trumpet instead. Will that take a lot of time away from my God Emperor duties? Oh, I'm not gonna do anything. Are you kidding me? I am very much one of the people where if I got $1 billion, I would just fuck off and you'd never hear from me again. I mean, I'd, like, give most of it away, and then I'd fuck off. Maybe I'd stream, actually. Stream is kind of fun. I'm a little bit low on dexterity. Good moment to get that. How do we feel about a sadistic nature? I don't think I need this with 5 energy per turn and an adrenaline in my opener. Adrenaline plus, even. I don't think I need to spend the money on these. Which is like, do I want this, or do I want, like, this, maybe? Or do I want to just go next shop, next act, and have money for that? I think we just go next shop, next act. Pretty sure this is footwork, actually. It could be Catalyst, I guess. Adrenaline's a good one. Apotheosis is not a bad one. I think this is footwork, though. Enough of my defensive stuff is from blocking. And I have enough defensive stuff as well. Like, I shouldn't die very easily. And a recall, just in case there's something that's actually worth upgrading, like an after image, for example. Clumsy is not a bad curse at all. Would I loan you $500,000 if I had $1 billion? I would probably just randomly give people $500,000. I don't know if any of them would be you. I don't know. You a good person? Forgot to click on Prismatic Shard. My bad. My bad. It happens to the best of us. You understand, I assume. Nice hand. I do have the 1 fumes. I feel like that's the right number of fumes. This is a slower deck, it's not trying to, like, super quickly combo off. Why haven't I won $1 billion from the lottery yet? I don't play it. That is the issue, I suppose. Fuck! I ruined my 1,000 cuts again. Very tempting energy potion. Yeah, I think so. How much would it cost to pay off everybody's mortgage in the United States? Are there people who have that much money? It's probably more money than any individual has, yeah. Trillions of dollars, yeah. I guess I can't do that. Not quite. Well, couldn't do that. I wonder what, like, would happen, though, if I did. What would everyone do? That was really interesting to me after online poker got shut down in the US, was there were a bunch of people I knew who had, like, financial resources and nothing to do. It was just kind of interesting to see, like, what happened. Some of them made, like, sweet documentaries or started bands or whatever. God, yeah. Imagine how easily Elon Musk would get elected president if he paid off like 30% of the country's mortgage. You probably can't do that. But imagine, you know? I think one bouncing flask probably makes sense. %3%? That might not be enough. Investing in people is socialism. That's true. It's true, and it's evil. I think he meets the natural-born citizen requirements. I mean, does anybody think the rules matter still? Really? Thought we were past that. Direct monetary incentive to get votes is prohibitive. Again, there's no sense in analyzing it like there are rules that matter. That's just not how it works. Ooh, blur over Wraithform. I think blur over Wraithform. Kathy, thanks for the 68 months. Pog, indeed. US house market as bad as in Australia? I'm not sure. Also depends a lot where you are in the US. Ow. What the fuck? If Blur had been Wraithform, I probably wouldn't have taken damage, huh? Good lord. Okay, I don't like Destruction anymore. I had a brief flirtation with Destruction, and then it gave me Phantasmal Killer and a deck that cared about every card it drew one time, and now I hate it. Didn't take very long to remember why it was bad. I don't know, though. It's not like I lost the run. Distraction, this is really like a moment when I need you to be your best performance. Thank God for feet. They're okay. I don't know. Somehow seems like a weird thing to say still. Alright. We got another catalyst. We upgrade acro, maybe? Or footwork. Let's upgrade footwork. This is a deck that could use a well-laid plans, but I think probably the stuff in my potion belt's enough. This turn we probably don't even play 1,000 Cuts in this fight, to be honest. Oh. Yeah, it seems fine. Maybe I could use well-laid plans. I've been pretty low on well-laid plans this month. Just looking for Fumes and Apotheosis, I think. Smoke Bomb for 5 health in boss fight? Unfortunately, you cannot. Wow, that's kind of rude. Yeah, it's been a while since I last played a deck like this, I guess. There's just no room to have bad cards. Wild. Okay, I didn't die. Well, I actually kind of did die, right? But I also didn't die. I don't know that tank treads would work quite as well as feed do, to be honest. Not sure if I'm on board with that. Bizarrely good Storm of Steel. Oh, but now it's stuck in my deck for the rest of the fight. Fuck. I don't think I play Fumes yet. Plus 3 damage boot was huge, as always. Big boy boot. That's what they call it. What are all these cards? Bouncing Flask Catalyst? Tactician? Alright, it worked out, we're fine. Perfect deck building, as always. Oh no, Apotheosis upgraded Storm of Steel is certainly a thing it's possible for a human being to say. That might be the first time, though. Which is kind of exciting. How can I doubt the boot? I don't know, we'll see. Pattern Roll's done some decent work here. We got 500 gold. Calipers. Maybe? I think it takes too long for me to get to a point where I have lots of block, though, probably. I haven't taken damage this fight. Just noticed I still have all of my thread and needle. Coming from YouTube to ask how much damage the boot has done. 52. When you are on Twitch, you can mouse over it to find that out without having to ask. If you didn't know. Not on mobile. Don't you people have phones? What if you turned off the extension? What a monster. That was for like one of the Diablos, right? Don't you people have phones? Imagine trying to get Diablo 2 players to play a game on mobile devices. Imagine, I mean, people who are enough into Diablo 2 to go to a convention, to go to a panel specifically on the next game in the series, I guess, is... Yeah. Mummified hand, but I don't have any card draw. I think it's toolbox. I want to fill up my potion belt, I guess. Toolbox card remove. Seems fine. Clumsy is probably better than strike. Yeah, I think clumsy is better than strike. You could play on PC? Holy. What are they all complaining about then? Now what? Actually, I don't need Corpse Explosion on it because I'm gonna Smoke Bomb. Well, I guess I don't want to Smoke Bomb. Actually. I would somewhat prefer to get the rewards for the fight than to not get the rewards for the fight. That's interesting. Excuse me. Just been kind of flatulent. Okay. Works for me. interesting. I guess now we definitely don't have to worry about smoke bombing, so I can just catalyst here. Oh, that works. Bird-faced urn, dodge and roll, heart fight. I still have lizard tail. Purity in my openers, kind of interesting. It's like either Maestro strategy or purity. I guess Maestro strategy. Opening with Apo. Very upsetting, but I don't think I meant to play 1000 cuts here. To get rid of distraction, oh no. Oh, I have Tactician in my hand. I should probably have discarded it. No problem. Distractions got me covered. Cloud is good. Footwork, dodge and roll's good. Footwork, cloud. I think I have enough leg sweeps, right? So probably this. Urn-faced bird. What if its face looks like an urn which is bird-faced? Ridiculous Russian dolls situation. It's a lot of statuses. GG? I think. Still a lizard tail. Blur very noticeably not wraith form. I think I still win anyway. Fun seeing a deck that blocks using 5 energy and footworks. Yeah, it's like a way you can do it. When I used to prioritize energy relics a lot more, this was what I was aiming for. Did it kill me? No. I kind of wanted to let it get lizard tail again, but... not this time, the heart. I can't believe I've only been streaming for 2.5 hours. I played like 5 runs. I guess when you die to Gremlin Knob, it helps. You enjoy seeing me win? Is that strange? Deeply. Deeply concerning. So this was a run where I just kind of had terrible damage in Act 1. And then I won. Cool. I had 1 corpse explosion. Did a lot of work. Did I ever win a 1 HP run? I did not. I reached the Heart with Watcher and Silent, I want to say. No, I think I reached the Heart with Watcher twice, actually. I never won. I don't remember. Maybe I did reach the Heart with Silent once. I got pretty far with Silent. Mini Jorbs is single-handedly holding together the political climate of South America. Like when you see all that shit about Venezuela in the news, that's like, if mini Jorbs weren't there making it as good as it is, like, it'd be so much worse, you know? So, yeah, you know, that's what he's up to. On your hands and knees begging for one more run. So the deal is I have to leave for the doctor in 4.5 hours. I'm allowed to eat food. I think I'm just staying up all night. Whether I want to stream or not, and whether if I stream I want to play Slay the Spire or not, still a little up in the air. I have to make that choice like very soon. One more run? What if it's just the same thing though? What if I just kill everything with Catalyst and full block? Does this character have like other ways it can be played? I don't know. The issue is the Blade Dance stuff also needs a sustain relic, I think. So it's kind of like only open if you get a sustain relic. Like I actually would be very interested in playing this character with like guaranteed meat on the bone first relic, just to get a sense for what you do if that happens. Because I think you do something different from what I'm doing right now. But I'm not sure how much different. One more MTG Forge Adventure. I have been thinking about playing more of that. Also been thinking about Frosthaven. We have a new campaign that's only 2 missions in, and off to a pretty good start. Frosthaven's a hella sweet game. I don't play like a board game online. Do people still do that? I guess Frosthaven is a board game, and I would be streaming it online. Well, I'm thinking more like, I don't know. What good board games are there these days? I used to play a lot of Hearts back on that game. I guess that's a card game. Chess? We could play chess. No, we should do, actually. I mean, we probably shouldn't do this, but... but we're gonna. Is this Sudoku impossible? Let's play the latest Cracking the Cryptic puzzle. I mean, the rules are only 2 paragraphs. And one of the paragraphs is 4 words long. I feel like we can probably do this. E3! Oh! But before I do this, I have to tell you about holzkern. I forgot. And also, they told me a thing. They told me that if I set my... location to not the US. Oh, this is world holzkern, so maybe we're okay. I'm not sure. I think because of tariffs and stuff, they have fewer products available in the US right now than elsewhere. Anyway, this month we're sponsored by holzkern. Holzkern's awesome. I have, I think, 6 watches from them and a smorgasbord of jewelry and stuff. I'm about to give my partner a couple of pairs of earrings for Christmas from them. They are a European company. They make lots of very stylish watches and other products. And their big thing is that they use natural materials in the designs. So the actual inner workings of the watch they buy from another country. Like if you click on one of these, it will tell you somewhere. This movement is a hybrid automatic movement by Epson. So they're not actually making the like watch internals, they're making the externals. They're like the UI design of the watch, kind of. I just think their watch is really cool. And they're quite affordable. This one's 900 US, which is like pretty much the most expensive I've seen of any of their watches. I got this one this month. This one's $300, which is, I think, like pretty medium range of their prices. It's kind of pretty. They have really fun geometric designs. Why is the leaf blue? They have blue leaves now? Oh my gosh. Leaf power creep. That one's cool. They have really cool women's watches as well, if you're interested in those. I like the extra color in the woman's watch line a lot. I think I like pastels quite a lot. This one's really cool. I like that one. You love watch? If you are interested in watch, you can watch by going to holzkern.com and using code Jorbs at checkout for 15% off. They're really cool jewelry as well. I have a necklace from them. It's not that one, but it's something like that one. I have a ring from them as well. I have one of these. I got one that was, I think, silver on the inside and black on the outside. I purchased these earrings as a gift. They were very well received. This is pretty. The blue and gold. I like that. Oh! What do you think this would do if you found it in Slay the Spire? I think it would make it so question marks couldn't be hallway fights. If you want a watch but don't want to know what time it is, you can get a bandlet. These are kind of fun. Who watches the watch? It's so true. Oh, I should have gotten a holzkern sponsorship for Watcher Month. Silly. I didn't think through the branding crossover very well. What's gendered about watches? You definitely do not have to buy the watch that is for your gender. That is not a thing you have to do. In fact, these are watches for women, and this is also in the watches for men category, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask someone who knew more about stuff than me. I think, like, women's watches have slightly different color palettes and different size, probably. Like, probably there's, like, somebody's done some sort of math on, like, width of wrist for different genders or something and aimed for... Yo, that's so pretty. That looks like the beach. Aimed for ones that match different wrist sizes, or I don't know. I'm not in charge of this stuff. What other jewelry do they have? I like rose gold. I think rose gold's really pretty. They get their natural resources harvested via some sort of environmentally approved way in the EU. I'm not from the EU, so I don't know all this stuff, but it's kind of like it's not organic farming, but it's kind of a similar thing to organic farming, where like a government will approve a business that is following certain practices and something like harvesting stone. So you can feel good about supporting them. Affordable, good products. Again, I've been wearing holzkern watches for like a year and a half now or something, and have, I think, 6 of them. Big fan. Let's try this. Solve counter 654 in 11.4 days. If I get 1 digit in this puzzle, I'll be happy. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Horseshoes. Digits do not repeat along a line. The 2 digits at the end of each line, marked with white circles, sum to the number displayed in the middle of the line. So these two sum to 11. These two sum to 10. So you can make 10 with 1, 9, 2, 8, 3, 7, 4, 6. You couldn't make it with 5, 5. So we can say that 5 isn't here. That's like getting a number. It's like the opposite of getting a number. it's getting a not number. Where is Slay the Spire? It's in the background, I suppose. Is there a way to mark not 5? I don't think we have to do that. This one's also not 5. These are not 5. These are not 5, and these are not 5. It's kind of an interesting pattern. Pretty sure there's nothing I can do with it. So these lines are all 9 long, is that right? And there's 8 of them. So because there are 8 of these, and they cannot have digits repeat, and there are 9 different digits in a Sudoku, we know that there's one set of the digits 1 through 9 in the other spots in the grid. So these also have to be 1 through 9. It's not doing much for me. Not an easy break-in. These have to add to 14. So 9 plus 5 would be 14. But you can't put 1, 2, 3, or 4 on those. But that does nothing. Is it... Sometimes it's useful to look at what logic is available to you, because somewhere is the logic that actually lets you do something, and the other logic doesn't. The tiles that can't be 5s are kind of interesting. Especially since we also have to put a 5 on every horseshoe. So for example, if this isn't 5 either, we have to put a 5 on one of these 2 horseshoes, which then means we can't put 5s anywhere in here. Which means that oh, interesting. Hold. Hold, please. This is fun. I'm having fun. Maybe we think about, like, the fact that we have to put 4 5s into these 4 rows. So say this is a 5. We need a 5 on all the other ones, so it'd have 1 there, like 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. That's not actually hard to do. Oh, it's harder than I thought it was. But still doable. Say this isn't a 5. Say that this is a 5. So we can't have any 5s in here supporting. Well, we could put a 5 there, I guess. And like here, here. Nope. Here or something. Okay. I'm not seeing this logic go anywhere. Maybe we have to think about the entire thing. It just seems kind of impossible that this wouldn't become a problem. But I guess the horseshoes are such that they're, like... Yeah, I don't know. There's always the outlet here. Like, we have 3 horseshoes here, but then there's 1 here. So we could put a 5 up here if we needed to. If there was a 5 here, there would be a 5 here. Is that right? I think so. Wait, does that mean whatever number is here is going to be there? If you say that's orange, does it have to be there? I think it does. Because we can't put it here. But then we need 1, 2, 3 of them in these 3 rows. So those all have to be in here. And then we need to put it onto this horseshoe. So orange has to be there and there. I feel like we could say more than that. Can't be here. How does it go on this? It has to be here, here, here as well. Maybe this is what we're meant to do. This does kind of seem like it propagates into interesting stuff. It has to be here. Alright, this one's less interesting, saying that it has to be there. That's, like, useless. That's that's completely worthless. Cool. So it's very restricted on this. But it's a lot less restricted on other things. Which Sudoku app is this? This is Cracking the Cryptics app, Sudoku Pad. If you go to their YouTube channel, you can see their like latest video. And there'll be a link to the puzzle that they solve on it. So this is just the latest puzzle that Simon solved. They did a collab with Peter Fiedler, who's a friend of mine, which is really fun to watch. So now I'm like into this shit again. Is this side more interesting, maybe? Like whatever digit this is, let's call this one pink. It obviously can't be here. So pink also has to be here. That stuff's not as exciting. But it seems like there's some pressure right here. I bet there's pressure here going on that as well, yeah? Also, I was looking at this for pink. We know pink has to be here, so it can't be there and it can't be there. There has to be pink here as well. We also have to put it in every box, right? Oh, so it can't be here, because it's already there. Duh. Interesting watching me solve this after watching Simon. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take me 3 times as long as I'm going to get all the logic wrong, so, you know. Will I solve it at all? Probably not. I was thinking probably green does something similar. So again, we have to put green here. But is it doing something to that? No, it's not. Green has to go there. Yeah, I wanted green to be here so I could say like these three are those three or whatever. It's a fucking mess. I should have used letters instead of colors, probably. What a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. If green is here, it doesn't mean it can't be there. So, wait, is it there 100%? Why can't it be here? Because it's there. So green, is... This is killing that ability to be green. So green only actually has 2 places in this box, I think. Maybe I have to actually look through the grid and mark everywhere these can be. It is starting to seem kind of important to see actually everything about these. I was pretty loose about it the first time. Has to be there on that line. If it has to be here on this line, then it can't be there for that horseshoe. It has to be here for this one. Oh shit! So green's here then. Because... No, can it be here? Fuck! Unless it's 5. If green is 5, then we have solved the entire puzzle by saying it's also there. And everything from there is easy, I'm sure. The fact that it's here takes it off of all this stuff. I'll undo the blues. So for this one, it's here, except it's not allowed to be there because this has to be in that. And for this one, we already said it has to be here, so it can't be there. So green is, like, pretty limited. Have to be there? No, because it can be here or here as well, right? Oh, also, it could be there and, like, there or something. Right. I'm friends with Peter Seidler. Yeah, been on the channel a few times. Oh, this is looking at that as well. I feel like I must have, like, overestimated how many places this can be. Because now that I've looked at green, I feel like saying that orange can be all of these places is ludicrous. Like, pink can't be there. That's wrong. Let's look at this one, though. Let's call this one... I'm out of colors I like. What a disaster. We'll call this blue and get rid of that 5s thing that we were doing with blue before. Alright. So blue for this horseshoe can be any of those places. For this horseshoe, it can only be here, which means it's not there. So it has to be there for this horseshoe. Okay. Oh, can it also not be here? I think we just know that because 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it has to come from a later thing. Okay. We did this one, we've done this one. This one, it has to be here, which is pretty... And this one has to be here. I mean, that's just too much stuff. Yeah, so probably I was right about orange being so free. It has to be in here? Does that matter? It has to be in here. Let's get rid of this yellow stuff. And if it's in here, it starts to get limited on this. It has to be there. And if it's here, that doesn't help me that much with the other ones, really. It's like here or here. What a disaster. What a disaster. Oh, we know it's not here because it's blue. And this was a set of the digits 1 through 9. Okay. Should we start looking at these ones in here? Or should we reset the grid and use letters instead of colors? Using colors here was kind of a disaster. What do the colors mean? There are more colors. I'll say this one's dark green. Dark green also has to go on. Well, it can go here or here, I guess. Holy fuck, this is breaking my brain. I think once I, like... If you were better at this than me, I'm sure you could just see this, but for me, I kind of have to work everything out. I think it has to go here, here, and here, which means it has to be on that. Can't be on this. If it were on this, then this could not get the dark green anywhere. So dark green has to be there. Does that mean I know what this is? Well, like, I don't, but... If we... How do you even do letters? I don't even know how to do that. Is that in, like, settings? Enable letter tool is on. Where is it? Does anybody know how to do letters? Oh, there you go. Cool. So this is A. Now, if this is A, this is B, and this is C. Then this, I think, is an ABC triple. Maybe. I'm so hesitant to actually say that with confidence, but I think it's true. We can't put A on here. Oh wait, maybe that's like the observation. The stuff that's here. Does it have to be here? Oh shit, there's like striping, I think. The stuff that's here can't possibly go there because it wouldn't fit into here anymore. Unless it was there. But we know that this isn't there because it's here. So yeah, I think we have striping going on. What I mean by that is that these 3 digits are also there and there. And then these 3 will be there and there. Which means these will be there, there, there. I think that's true. If that's true, then this can't be blue anymore. Oh, my logic is getting fucking disastrous. I need to... Need to like actually write some of this stuff down properly. So we were saying that this was B or C, and this was ABC, and this is ABC. And then we're saying that this is AB. Except it can't be B for some reason. Why can't it be B? Why does B have to be there? At some point I worked that out, but I don't remember how. Oh, B has to go on there on that line, so it can't be here. Why couldn't B be here? Maybe I worked that out, and that's how I took that away. Why can't B be there? Hold on. Because it has to be here? Alright, so I think this is A. Cool. Unless I'm wrong. It might be cool, or it might not. I need to work out how to use the hotkeys. Which means this is B, yeah? That's like real progress. This one can't be green. So he also goes on here. Here. Okay. So that's the other place that B is. And then these are an AB pair? Or does A go here? Wait, how does A get on this one? It has to get here. Can I also be there? I think so. I think so. I think I know less than I thought, but it can't be there, obviously. So A's in there. That's all fine. And this is ABC as well. As far as I can tell, C can go anywhere, but B can't go there. And for some reason it can't go here. Because I don't understand why I can't go there. At some point I worked it out. This is why you should like take good notes, probably. So B is getting rid of that and getting rid of that. So it has to be here, that's fine. But why can't it also be here? I feel like it can. I feel like I just never marked it. I think that's allowed. I think these are just ABCs. Oops. That's not a B. I wonder what the other one on here is. What else do we know about C? It has to be here. Means it has to be here. Oh shit. That's another exact one, right? So it has to be oh, couldn't be there. Can't be there. And if it's there, then it can be here again. What a disaster. What a disaster. I thought I was working a thing out and then I wasn't. Because I thought that it had to go in here on this horseshoe, but then I realized that it can also go there for that horseshoe. Although, if it's like a big number and that's a big number, then all of a sudden it can't because it can only add to 10. It can even be there, yeah. So I don't know that much about C over here. What about over here? We know it's on this horseshoe. And we know it can't be in here. So for this box, it has to be here. Which means for this box... Oh, hold on. For this box, it has to be here. Well, we already do that, actually. Not actually useful. Okay. Down here. Well, we know it's not here. I wonder if this is going to be striping this way, too. We know it's not there, so it has to be here. Here? Anything here? I don't think so. I don't think we really have any useful thing to learn there. What would the other striping thing be for this? This, right? Whatever color this is. Teal? Oh, it's a different white. God. So teal. I don't think you can ever put teal here. Or sorry, you have to put teal there. You can't ever put teal here. Does that break the puzzle? Did I lose? I think I lost. If this has to be green, light green, blue. Am I wrong about that somehow? We might have to reset. Because if this is teal, and we have to put teal there in order to fulfill all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to put 4 teals up there. Oh no, we can. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're fine. So I don't have to put teal there. So for some reason I thought it would be here. Why is that? I think I was expecting like similar logic to what I did with the other ones to propagate through. This puzzle's a nightmare. Can I like select all and turn the colors off maybe? It does feel less pretty now. Oh, but immediately I can see things like that this B means that can't be B. Ah! I kind of want to reset. How long have I been going for? Half an hour? Woo! Alright. A. Honestly, get me out of here. I don't trust the solution that I got, so I want to like make sure I get it the right way. A on this has to be here. A on this, therefore, has to be here. A on this must be here. A on this must be here. A lot of A's. I think this will be less muddy, though. Because this is going here, A can't be here. So for these 2 rows, there'll be columns. There'll be 1 here, 1 in here, and 1 here. So that must be A. That true? It can't be there. And we've forced it onto here. So it can't be in here. And we need to put 1 of them here. So there's 1 gone here, and there are 2 here. So A has to be there in that box. It has to be in here as well for the other one. If it's there, then it can't be here. But I don't think that's super limiting. We already did this one. What about here? I know nothing about A on these at all. And obviously A is not in the center anywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we have to put A's in here. We can't put A there, but we already knew that. I wish there was a way to like hide your notes. Like imagine if I could make A vanish for a while and then get it back again. Wouldn't that be cool? Okay. I'm just gonna delete all of these because I don't think they are useful at all. But this stuff seems useful. And look at B. So B has to be here, which means it has to be here. If it's here, then it can't be there. And if it's here, it can't be there or there. So here it has to be there. Now it can't be here or here. And we already have 2 for these. So B has to be there or there. I could open multiple tabs to hide notes. Oh my god. That's kind of diabolical. I kind of like that. This was the thing I found last time, right? There was striping here. I remember that. B can't be here, and it can't be here. Which means for this one it has to be here, so it can't be there. On this one, I guess it can unfortunately go anywhere. In fact, 1, 2... Oh, interesting. Okay, so because we have 1B here and 1B here, we already have 2 Bs for these 2 columns, which means that we can't have a B twice up here. This one has to be in these 3 columns, though, so this one has to not be in the columns. So B's there. This one, I think, can just be anywhere right now. Not very useful. Colors were harder for the eye to understand. Transformers. More than meets the eye. Alright, now we have some B's looking here, and we have some B's looking here. So down here is a little bit limited, right? We have to put 3 B's into here, here, and here. Which unfortunately seems like it can be done a bunch of different ways. Alright, so I'm not gonna bother marking over there because it seems like there's tons of stuff that can be going on. I kind of feel like the central stuff is less strong than the side stuff, but we'll continue to go in like the order that we were going. So C's already hitting all of that, which limits this and this pretty severely. We have 1, 2, and 3. So C must be there. Yeah, that's what I found last time. Okay, cool. It's like the logic maintains. We have to put 3 C's onto these horseshoes, right? This horseshoe, and this horseshoe. And since they can't go below this line, they have to be up here, which means this one can't have C's on it there, but it has to have a C, so it has to be there. And once we've got that, we now know... Wait, can A only go here in this box? No, I deleted its ability to go over there, right? Damn. C, C... So now know that C is there. I don't know that there's much to say about its ability to actually go up here. It seems pretty unrestricted. that say something? I don't really see it saying anything. Down here... we got one there. So there has to be a C here, here, and here. And then the question is just, can we, like, meaningfully say it's not many places on those? It's not there. But that doesn't, like, mean much, right? I think that might be all we can really say that's useful about C. But this striping is cool. How about D? I don't know. What does that mean? I feel like that doesn't tell me anything. Can we try to re-establish that A is here? Because I had that idea last time. But maybe I wasn't realizing it could go there. Maybe that isn't actually striping. We got A in this column, this column, this column, this column, this column. But we don't have to have an A there. We could have like an A here and here, and then A could be there. And it could go there. I think. Maybe my striping was wrong. Alright, cool. Anyway. I just don't think this says anything. Oh, I see one. So there's... D has to go on this horseshoe here, and this horseshoe here. So these three columns already have Ds, so D is there on this horseshoe, because it can't be on any of these, because they already have Ds in them. They already have Ds in them. Anyway, means it has to be up here. Use something similar over here, maybe? Because it can't be here. I don't think so. We gotta fit 3 over here. We can't put one on here. So there's one in here, one in here, and one up here. I mean, that's like nothing. I'm pretty sure. Alright, how about E? Maybe the central one is actually the one that gives us all of the information. Doesn't really look like it, though. Well, it can't be on here, or here, or here, or here. That is kind of limiting, right? I just think there are too many degrees of freedom, probably, in the way that it's limited. Yeah, I don't think I see a single thing that I want to mark for that. That can be anywhere as far as I can tell. F. We know F's here. It's like the same logic as D, except completely mirrored. A lot of this logic is like rotationally symmetrical, huh? Probably I could make a point of that and write down some rotationally symmetric logic. Because this... it's just rotated around the board. So all of the logic should rotate. Whoa! Alright. So the only thing I said about D was that it... So probably if I look at G, E, F, G, C, C was like this. So I bet G ends up doing the same thing somehow. And we have to work out how to, like, get the rest of the way out of that. Yeah, it has to be here. Means it has to be here. It has to be in here? No, it doesn't. No, that's wrong. Should be here, here. We know one of them's here, right? Because we need to put it on to this somewhere in here and this somewhere in here, which means one of them will end up being there. So we know G's there. Which means we know G's there. If G's there, then we know a little bit about this. Not really. How does G go in this box? Hover it once. Like literally anywhere. That's upsetting. Right. G, H. After I've done this, we can look at the rotational symmetry and then feel like so silly. Oh my god, I could have just written this in every place. And then we can look at where the rotational symmetry breaks, because that's going to solve the puzzle, right? It'll say, like, this thing in particular cannot be higher than 5 or whatever. See the Spire music playing on the YouTube stream? Yeah, I know, I still have the game open. You're yelling at the screen IRL? This is like an interesting exercise in Zen meditation, in my opinion. You're not here to watch someone solve a puzzle competently. You're here to suffer. H needs to go on all of these 4 times, so it has to go up there. What's the other one that goes here? B. So, like, if we have I here, then I should also go up there. One, 2, 3. So I has to be here. Alright. If we have G, H, I, and G's down here, so G has to be up there. Where do H and I go? How do we get that H is here? We don't, right? Do we get that I's there, though? Oh, this is kind of a ridiculous thing to have only just realized, but ABHI have to be in these. How did it take me that long to work that out? Holy. That's really not an incredible thing to have worked out. I don't know if it does anything. These are all summing to 10. They are. So none of them are 5. Right? That's kind of interesting. Actual digit note, 5 is in here. Oh, I can't write that for some reason. God. Can't blend letters and numbers, maybe. Yeah, I was working out some other things. They kind of mattered. I guess I should care about, like, whether the other numbers can go there at all. Or letters, maybe. So like B has to be here on this, right? Is that right? It's here, which means it's not there, which means that it's here. And for this one, it has to be here, because this one has to be here. For some reason. So it has to be here on this one, so it can't be here. God, I switched to numbers. What a disaster. Surely that reflects. So because of that logic, we could also say that this can't be here. I'm not seeing how. Am I meant to know that A is there somehow? Can I say more about B? Let's stick with B. I feel like I was vibing with B real well for a second there. So we worked out that it has to be on here. Which meant that for this it had to be on here. It has to be on here, so it can't be there. Can it be there though? And there? I think so. Like it could be here and here. And then there. That seems super doable. Okay. I feel like I realized this and I was like, haha! Everything is now in the palm of my hand, and then it wasn't in the palm of my hand. Sorry. My brain's just like actually giving in. I can hear it melting in my skull. It has to be here, and because it has to be here, it can't be there. Is that the entire observation? I should be able to get H out of that by saying that H has to be here. Can I do that? H has to be on there, which means it has to be here. Oops. If H has to be there, then it can't be there. Has to be there. It can be pretty widely everywhere here, though. And surely that means that I has to be here and can't be there. Not supposed to fill the boxes with letters in Sudoku. Whoops. My bad. Alright, so I did that. It didn't help. Yeah, I feel like I've kind of followed these as much as I want to follow them. But as far as I know, there's no other, like, logic available? Okay, there's all sorts of bullshit with sets of 9, right? Like this digit. This digit has to go on this one. And all of a sudden it can't go anywhere along here. Because this digit has to be in here or here. Not very useful. Is CDEFG a block card? It looks like a block card. It definitely looks like it would be a block card. What about this one? I'm very bad at this kind of thing. I just don't see it at all. So this one can't go any of those places. So don't this and this have to be there and there? Is that right? No. No, I think I jumped the gun a bit. Interesting to note that these also have to be A through I. Yeah, I think the horseshoes are like breaking my ability to see normal Sudoku logic, actually. My brain's just like refusing. It's kind of hard. Usually you have just the like regular Sudoku, but now we have like the double Sudoku. We care about the boxes and we care about the horseshoes. So it's like this, very pressured in other places maybe. This has to go on this, and it has to go... The problem with these, though, is we don't know if this is there or not. And so they have the extra degree of freedom, where I could put it there, down in this box. I guess at some point we could find out that we had to put something there. Oh, and also it can be in here. We don't know that either. Is this the crazed man in front of pinboard with red string everywhere meme? It certainly is. This is the man enjoys a puzzle that is too hard for him to solve. I am nothing if not perseverant, though. I'm just kind of curious looking at this stuff. It's kind of interesting to note, like, this digit has to be on here, which means in order to be on here, it has to be there or there. Which means it's always here. I mean, that's cool, right? And I think it's true. No, because it can be B. Ah! I forgot. Yeah, that's the issue with doing these ones. But this digit can't be on here. But it has to be on here somewhere, so it has to be either there or there. And then it has to be on these two. And it has to be in this box. So it could be here and B. But that would be the only way to do it. That's allowed. It can be all of those things. B can go in all of these squares. My answers should be symmetrical, yeah. They're like kind of symmetrical. I've been a bit lackadaisical with marking everything. I wonder when I took B out of here. Wait, why is this B and F? And this is A and D. Oh, I see. Wait, but that's not where they should be. They should be H and D, not A and D. How did I get A there? This might be HAD then. H definitely has to go here. Is there a reason it can't go there, though? The logic's just, like, slightly too much work. We know that in order to put it on here and here, if there's one there, it has to be there. So I think it can be there, there, there. How did we get A down here, though? How was that logic? Hey, Isa! I've ever played Killer Sudoku. I've solved a Killer Sudoku or two in my day. We know this is here. And we know this has to be here. No. My brain's like slowly shutting up shop. It's 2:30 a.m. Oh. Is there a point that H has to go in this box? It can't be here for some reason. If it has to be there. But I think it can be here. But maybe it can't be here. I need 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm, like, developing a hatred of horses. This was not expected. I just don't like them very much. H has to be there, so it can't be there. It has to be here, so it can't be there, so it has to be on here. So it can't be there. Presumably that propagates around. So you could say I has to be here. Which means... Oh my god, what is my I logic? I's there, I's there. I can't be here anymore. And this has to be... I. So HIG. So this would be FBI. Open up. This would be CBA. Agree. And this would be AHD. That's all fine. Sorry, what was this one? FBI? But not in the center one. So the outer one is AD, HD, BC, and then this one is... Holy shit, this is so confusing. This one can't be I. So this one can't be B. This one can't be A. This one can't be H. Okay. What other symmetrical logic do I have? If this was just ABHI, that would be quite poetic. But I think it still can be other things. Go the fuck to bed is absolutely what my brain is saying right now. Another one of those glycemic crashes going on. You couldn't have B here and here, I don't think. Because then it wouldn't fit in this. Unless, can I just go anywhere here? Symmetrical logic, not my favorite thing right now. How'd I get this? If this is only A, D, or H. H shouldn't be here, right? I've removed it everywhere else. I've also removed B, C, F, G. So this should be FCB, I think. And this should be an I. It's fucking confusing. Alright, start again. There's some stuff that I've discovered that I like. I've discovered that this is a set of the digits 1 through 9 here. That's cool. Awesome. We also, I guess, know that this and those are opposite directions from 5, and we know that 5 is in here. The way we're going to find out the rest of the stuff is by solving these. 11, 12, 13, 14. Does that mean 1 is under pressure? I never thought about that. Not really. Not a huge amount. It would be really cool if that meant that 1 had to be the center digit of the grid or something. Hey, Merburger! Just had a gig? Nice! Was it sweet as hell? I don't feel like 1's under that much pressure. So when you have a digit in the corner, which is what we're thinking about now, we're no longer thinking about A, we're thinking about rotational solving. I'm back to colors. We know it has to be in here. So it can't be there now. We know it has to be on there, so it can't be any of these places. Then we know that it has to be in here and here somewhere, so it can't be any of those places. Over here, is there stuff? We know it has to be here, so it can't be there anymore. We know there's 3 of them in here. Oh, I guess I already knew it wasn't there because of this. 'Cause 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 ' If it's here, it's not here. Okay, hold on. If it has to be in here, it has to be in here. I made a dick. No, I think it just has to be in here. I don't see how to reduce it more. We definitely have one here, one here, one here for those three, so that's gone. Okay, okay, that's actually big. It doesn't have to be here, because it can be there. If it were here, it would have to go there. It could be there and there. Seems allowed. Can you point out a thing I spotted earlier? No. I'm like deliberately doing logic again. So one here, one here, one here, one here. Seems allowed. Obviously it can't be there. Oh! It was very irritating. Can be there and there, or it can be there and there, or it can be there and there and there. It can be here. It could be here and here and here, or here and here and here, or whatever. I feel like there's something that breaks somewhere in there, and that's the entire point of the puzzle, and I just can't see it. I know we've got one here and one here, so that's two of them done. And then we put the other two in here. Which, again, this corner is in. So I can't say it's like, has to be in here and one there, because this corner could be it. And that corner can be it, because it's A. A isn't down here yet. So the only corner it can't be is that one. Okay, but obviously it can only be one of these corners. And this is symmetrical logic. Rotational logic, rather. So these all actually have to be A, B, H, or I. Is there one where it would break? This is very upsetting. Gonna take the pleasure of Jorbs frying his brain away from him. This is really all I want in life. Huh. No, there has to be one here or here. Oh, if there has to be one here, then we know it's not these. Oh, there you go. That does something. I'm not sure what. Is there gonna be another logic somewhere? If this were here, it would take out those. If this is here, this has... If this is here, then it's down here, forced. If it's here, then it's up here, forced. Right, if this is here, it forces that. It's here, it forces that. That's what you were thinking? Concerning that that's the best, the greatest minds of Twitch chat have to offer. We have sent... What's the thing in Foundation where like the people are trying to work out if the Empire will truly mathematically fail and they all like go away for 100 years and come back and be like, we don't know. That's not what fucking statistics does. What are you even talking about? Anyway, Foundation's fun. Good show. Bounced off it twice. Maybe it's not a good show then. Psycho history, there you go. Okay. So I know that we know some like pretty specific things about some of these horseshoes, yeah? But somehow not quite enough. And we know this about A, B, H, and I. Does knowing it about the other ones as well help? What happens when you start rotating this? This and this match up. Kind of. So I believe we get to say that this is a pair of digits. Because in one rotation, this is... One of these two is A. And in another rotation, one of these two. One of these two is A. So this is an A-B pair. Which is a thing I've said before, I'm sure. And then if we rotate one around, this would be an HA pair, and this would be an HI pair, and this would be a BA, nope, and a BI pair. So we know that. That happens when we rotate. Watch me, I'm rotating right now. What other things happen when we rotate? Am I rotating? God, I wish. That would be a lot easier. What about... the third row here. Like, we know there's one in here, and we know there's one here. I guess... Man. It doesn't quite cooperate. There's stuff in the corner boxes that's interesting. So that's A, that's I, nope, that's H, that's I, and that's B. Is that useful? I don't know. It's kind of interesting. You know that this is A, this is H, this is I, and this is B. Now there are like too many letters on the screen again. I can't see shit anymore. There's gonna be like a combination of all the stuff I know about A's plus the stuff I know about other letters that ultimately tells me something, I think. But I just don't want to like overdo it. Because if I put so much stuff on the screen I can't see anything anymore, then I lose. By which I mean I stop like seeing things, so I can't see things. Alright, C. Where can C go? Let's look at the rotational symmetry around these ones. Wherever it wants. I think we correctly worked out that it has to go here on this one because we have to put one here, and one here. So that's 3 already in, so it can't be here or here. Which means it can't be here, which means it has to be here. Kind of the only thing that we learn. 1, 2, 3, be here or here, I guess. So this is C, which means this is D? And this is G? And this is F, I think. This one's an AC pair, this one's a BC pair. Will we just start guessing? That is a good idea. So ABC, ABC, ADH. So this would be HD, and this would be AD, I think. This is BC, AD. Yeah, I think so. This one's H, I, and G. Is this so, like, complicated? D, H, I, G. GH. And then this one is B, I, and F. Alright, so we propagated this out, and then we have this thing. That has to be C. This has to have G, this has to have D, and this has to have F. Cool. That's all fine. You can guess that I is the square root of -1. What's the square root of -2? Does anybody know? We need to get our best mathematicians on the case. Hold on. Okay, so C has to go in this box, right? So it must be here on this. It means it can't be there. So it must be here. So it can't be there. So it must be here. Ooh, that just did a lot. To be in this box... No, that doesn't work. Was that right? The logic I just used? It was that it has to go in this box, and it's not allowed to go here or here for some reason, because it has to be on this. So it must be here in this box, which means it can't be there because it can only be on the horseshoe once. Okay. Yeah, knowing that it's there in this box is powerful. So these are C's. These are C's. And then that propagates around, of course. It means that this is F. Basically, the one that they touch is them, and the one across from it. So this one's G, and this one's G. Wait, where does D go? I don't trust it again. C, C, C. Say we rotate to F. We'll still have everything in the same place. Wait, will we have everything in the same place if we rotate? No. Because this one's in the middle. But these are on the sides. So there's one place that you're in the middle and everywhere else you're on the sides. And in the case of... if we rotate everything 90 degrees... then this is the place that F is in the middle. So it would be here, here, which I already have, and here. And then G, we rotate 180 degrees, so that's where G is already in the middle. This comes down to here. This comes over to here, which we already had. And this comes up to here. And then we do D, which means bring everything down one. So D's there, here, here, and there. Alright, so now these are triples. I was wrong about the striping. It isn't quite striping. Okay, cool. If I know CDG, FBI, I then know this is a BH. So that can't be A? Was that something I was struggling with before? I don't remember. If I know this is CFG and this is ADH, then we need B... EF? Nope, not F. I? This we need ABE, it looks like. But not B. And this one we need EHI. Okay. Now that we've done that, I feel like we can go back to the A logic. And look at the A logic again. Because now we know a bunch more stuff about A. Like, A has to be here, for example, because of those. Oh, but it can't be there. So we know where A is. A is there. Because that forces it off here, and this forces it off here. So B, that forces it there. This forces it there, so B's there. Does it counterclockwise rotate? That would be so wild. Or it would mean I did something wrong. H can't be here, here. Oh, it's just directly across the grid. I see. You know, I thought that would do more than it did for some reason. Just kind of didn't do anything. Shall we go back to the other logic now? Or is there more to do with the C logic, maybe? I don't know. It has to be here. I mean, I think it can be literally anywhere in here, and literally anywhere in here, as far as I can tell. Okay. We could look at the E logic. That would be kind of fun. Maybe we've gotten to a point where this says something. Oh, because now we know, actually, a bunch of places E is, as well. So surely it says something, right? It has to be on here somewhere. Can't be there. It has to be on here somewhere. Is this gonna just go around and then solve? That would be kind of cool. Because these point at stuff. So like... Oh, but we don't know which one it's on. Oh, that's irritating. Very irritating. Okay. I don't think that did anything. Let's go back to this A logic now that we have more A's in the grid. Yellow, 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 yellow. Ooh. We've forced it onto here, so it can't be there, so it has to be here. Which means now we do actually have a thing. Can't be there anymore. That one's not A. Oh, and that is A. Sweet! then that propagates around, right? So this is B. Is that right? No, this is B. This is I. This is H. Cool. Have anything else going on here? It's forced here, which means it's forced there. We already knew that. Ooh. Because it's here, it can't be here. So now it's forced here, which means it's not there. So it's H. That actually seems like it's gonna solve quite a lot of stuff. If A goes to H, then H goes to I, and I goes to B, and B goes to A. So now we know the other thing that's paired here. In fact, we know the entire order of this for all of them. We know where this is, and where this is, and where this is, and where this is. Surely... Okay, it has to be in this column somewhere, so it has to be there. And that propagates, so this would be, if B is A, then A is H, and H is I, and I is B. But these don't resolve, I don't think? We can say, though, that A has to be there in the I box. So rotating around, B has to be here in the H box, and I has to be here in the A box, and H has to be there in the B box. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Holy. That's hype. Look at that, that's entirely solved. Well, except that they're letters. Yeah, other than that, it's entirely solved. Kind of wild that this logic doesn't get me anything more right now. This doesn't resolve? I don't think so. Alright, let's look at the other logic again, maybe? Sure. So let's look at the C logic again. Hold on. Where are all my C's? Here, and here, and here. I feel like that didn't do anything. What? Oh. Okay, it has to be here, so it's not there. Means it has to be here, but it's... Ooh, okay. Surprise, that's a C. If that's C, then next we'd want to look at D. D would be there. Oh, it's where it says 10. D, G, and F. And then C has to be in here somewhere, but obviously it can't be there anymore, so it has to be there. I guess we could, like, observe that all the things which aren't C are not C. That might help see stuff a little bit. So if C is there, then D is there.